What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the channel. Today, this one's for the dads, as you guys saw with the title. So today we have David's K91 edition Toyota Supra. Obviously, it's a Supra channel. Here we have the owner, David. You would like to introduce yourself?
Hey guys, I'm David Dang. This is my A91 edition 2021 Supra.
All right, nice. So give the audience an intro by yourself, like why you got the Supra. What have you owned in the past?
Previous car, sports car wise, was a 1994 Toyota Supra, 6-speed turbo, built by Powerhouse Racing back then, and it was roughly 830 horsepower at the time. Unfortunately, I sold it. Regret every minute of it ever since then, but this has been an extremely good replacement of that car.
All right, so we're gonna get the pot turning here a little bit.
Yeah.
Since you've owned the Toyota Supra, like the real Supra, what everyone loves to mention. You owned a 6-speed.
Yes.
So we're gonna insert like some photos and videos, the ones that you sent to me here right now, so you guys can see it. So since you've actually owned it, you are now one of those guys that like, oh yeah, I had a Supra and Gran Turismo, blah blah blah. This is a BMW. It's not a Supra. Okay, let's hear it from someone who's actually owned it and modified it. What would you say?
I would say this car is definitely faster. It is faster than the Mark IV. Shifting is crispy just because obviously it's an automatic transmission compared to the 6-speed, but it puts the power to the ground really easily. The Mark IV was fun too. It was pretty raw and crazy, but again, I mean, if you want to do with speed and handling, the latest technology, ladies and gentlemen, this is the way to go.
So would you say, David, that this is it worthy of the Supra badge?
It's worthy, 100% worthy. I don't care what anybody else says, it's definitely worthy of it. It might have a bunch of BMW stuff on it virtually, but still, it's still a very, very good car. It's worthy of the badge for sure.
All right. There you guys have it. Like, I feel like we could just end the video right now. Because, I mean, you've owned it, you've driven it, modified it, and the same thing with this one.
Yeah, in terms of cost-wise, I mean, you're going to get a lot more bang for the buck in terms of this vehicle versus the Mark IV. Granted, the Mark IV is all, you know, the price is really inflated on it at this time, but even then, in the past, it still took a lot of money to get it back.
Right. So would you say, like, the way that the Supra, like let's kind of just go into the whole Mark IV, Mark V conversation, just because you've actually had it, you've been able to experience it. Because how long do you have your Mark IV for?
Probably a good 7 or 8 years.
So you had it for a while.
A while.
So would you say, like right now, with the prices of this compared to like the Mark IV, would you say the Mark IV prices right now, is it worth it? Like, is it all nostalgia? What would you say from your personal experience?
It's, man, 100 grand for a Mark IV Supra right now is pretty expensive. It's pretty high up there. But I get it. I get why the price is up there, but would I drop the money on that today? Probably not. Sorry.
You guys heard it here first. I mean, ultimately, like it's David's personal preference. Let's dive into the car.
Let's dive into it
a little bit more. So you've got a good amount of stuff on the car, as we can tell here. So let's start with the exterior. What have you got done?
So we've got some 20-inch work wheels on here. So they're 20 by 10 in the front and 20 by 11s in the rear. So they're wrapped with 295 30s in the rear, 265 35s in the front.
And then what are you lowered on?
It's lowered on Swift Spec R springs. Yeah.
So what's your experience with these? Because I know a couple of the guys we featured.
Yeah. So I've had the iBox on here at first. I personally like the iBox more than the Swift. However, the Swift, if you look at the fitment on it, it does sit a tad bit lower. So it fits the fender well extremely well.
Yeah, let's do.
The
Oh,
finger.
yeah. Yeah,
The fingertip.
it's tight, man.
No rubbing.
No rubbing at all.
No rubbing. No.
Even if you got the fatties in the car.
Well, I think 295 is probably maximum that we can get on this without rubbing. 305s for sure would rub. Yeah.
Yeah, these are very, very nice spec. And then I know you got like a lip kit here, just like
Yeah,
ground
so we got
effects.
the Maxton, the full Maxton kit on the front and the side skirts and the back. I've also got the Rexpeed carbon fiber front accents there. And I've got, of course, the exchange of the badge. Got rid of the chrome badge and went totally black. I want to try to keep the car much dark blackness as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean, you did a good job. It's a good accent.
Subtle, very subtle.
Very subtle, right. And then you have like the hood vents
Oh,
here
and the
too.
carbon fiber hood vent.
It's a nice touch.
Yeah, it's a nice little touch.
And then these are the OEM.
Those are
mirror
OEM.
caps, right?
Yep, OEM caps here, but I do have the AMS wind deflectors.
Yeah, this is it's like a good mix because you like if you just look at the car, it's like, oh yeah, it's a black car with some modifications here and there, but then as you look more into it, it's got like carbon fiber accents all over.
Yeah, just a little bit here and there. I don't want to overdo it because too much is not always good.
Yeah,
So,
I agree. This is
yeah.
Matt's dad. FY, if you guys didn't put
That's
the
right.
pieces together.
so Dad, you can actually have fun and own a car. Yeah, you can have fun and be a dad and still own a sports car.
Yeah, actually, let's jump back to that.
Yeah.
We're going over like the mods right now.
For sure.
But okay, so as a dad, get a lot of guys on the comment section for my other videos. They talk about like, I'm gonna be a dad, or I'm a dad. I get rid of my Supra or the Supra. Like I just can't
Yeah,
buy
just
because
pull
of
the
that.
trigger and do it. If you're not gonna pull the trigger and do it, you're never gonna do it. So just do it. That's what I did. The car showed up at the dealership. I showed up. Told my wife I was gonna go look at a car. Told her I wasn't gonna buy it, but I came home with it anyway.
Because it's easier to ask for forgiveness and for permission, right?
Permission. No, but yeah, when she saw it, she really liked it. So yeah, when I saw her smile on her face, I knew I could keep it. But it's too late. I was gonna keep it anyways.
A true man of the household right here.
Oh man. So
Yeah, you did the carbon overlays here
yeah,
too.
this is just a vinyl overlay. It's really nice, small little subtle touch rather than just keeping it all the amber. So that was really nice.
And so since this is the A91 edition, it
Yeah.
comes with
It comes with the A91 edition will come with this little vinyl wrap part right here. Of course, the mirror caps. And in terms of interior wise, it's a little different.
Yeah, good segue into the interior.
Yeah.
So hopefully you guys can see that. So yeah, what's the difference between like the A91 edition and just?
So 1 out of 500 in the black, and then there's 1 out of 500 in the blue, and they all come with the Alcantara seats with the blue stitching.
Yeah, so you guys can see here it's Alcantara. Like my seats, it's just full leather, and then everything's just black. But here you have the light blue stitching, really nice. And you also have like the background on the suede. And then you have the stitching up here as well. Same thing with the passenger seat. Did you have the steering wheel last time?
Yeah, I had the upgraded steering wheel.
So which where do you? It's a really nice touch. Which
So this
company?
one is the East Coast steering wheel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
East Coast steering wheel with, of course, the matching blue stitching, the matching blue center marking, and then Alcantara on the steering wheel.
Yeah, it feels really nice. Mine was Alcantara. Yeah, you guys got the blue stitching there. Kind of good touch because you got the.
Well, I mean, this is a sticker from OEM. I mean, I still haven't peeled it off yet. I just left it on there. It's a brand new car. When I got it with like, I think maybe 4, 6, 7 miles on it at that.
Yeah.
And I just never peeled that sticker off.
I mean, it's kind of fitting because it literally fits with
I
the
guess.
with the theme of it. So yeah, really nice. And then of course you have the door cards. Look exactly the same as mine, except you have the blue stitching here as well to match with the interior. So we were just talking about this off camera a little bit ago, and I kind of had my information like incorrect. So you have the 1 of 500 in the black. It doesn't come with a heads-up display, right?
Does not come with a heads-up display.
Because Matt, yours is A91 edition, and yours has a heads-up display.
Yeah.
So I guess it's like the limited edition.
Yeah, I think because of the limited edition, I think that's probably the reason why they did it without the heads-up display. But
yeah,
that was a little disappointing considering there was a premium on this car in terms of price-wise.
Yeah.
And it didn't have that. Yeah.
That's why I was surprised, like, whenever we were talking about it off camera, was that, like, I mean, this is, like, it's limited, obviously, and it didn't come with a heads-up display. You would think that, you know, with more premium option car, that it would include it. So, other than the steering wheel, I mean, the steering wheel is pretty much the only thing that you did in the interior.
Interior-wise, yeah. Yeah, there's not much you really want to do. Again, I just don't want to throw a bunch of carbon fiber at it, like someone just vomited carbon fiber on it. So just a little bit here and there is enough for me.
Yeah.
Clean and classy.
Yeah, no, it looks good. It looks good. Like, that's what I tell a lot of the people watching my videos. Like, you don't need to go too overboard. With your car, especially like the Supra, just because, I mean, it checks a lot of boxes, right? It's like the technology. It's comfortable, even if you like. I mean, how would you say like it rides? Would you say ride's pretty comfortable, or
with the iBox, I think it's more comfortable because the spring weight on those. But I mean, these are pretty decent. But again, this is just a weekend car.
Yeah.
So it really doesn't bother me too much if it's too bumpy, because it's only a weekend car. If it was a daily though, I would probably maybe go back to the iBox. But again, this weekend, so
yeah. So you don't have to like worry about it too much. All right, so we got some cool background lighting. Good thing we're in a parking garage, so let's go over the performance mods. I know you you got a little secret sauce here, so we don't necessarily have to reveal all the secret
no, for
sauce.
sure. Well, I mean, as a car enthusiast, you definitely want to do a little bit of mods.
Yep.
So the car, in terms of mod-wise, it's of course it's got the AWE intake, carbon intake, the engine charge pipes here. I do not have port injection at the time, but I will go port injection, most likely a manifold in the future. Definitely will do an updated turbo in the future too, but right now it's pretty good as it is. It is tuned on the boot mod. It's tuned on the boot mod and with a downpipe, Catless downpipe, and it's a Boost Logic Catless downpipe, and the AWE exhaust. So kind of mash up AWE intake and AWE exhaust.
Yeah. It's a nice touch. Like, it's a good kind of transition from like the outside with, you know, the carbon there, and then of course in the back, and then of course you still have it on the engine bay side. So hopefully you guys are not able to pick up my jacket flopping around in the wind. But so this is a locked ECU, and I know I did a video like on people with a locked ECU. So for yourself, like, what was the experience like from start to finish? How did that work for you?
Well, at the beginning, I was quite upset with the fact that it was locked, and there wasn't much of a resource here at all, or still not a resource here in the States to actually lock them without going to Finland. And that was really scary at the first when you got the news that, hey, you got to go to Finland to get your Genie unlocked, and so I was a little sketchy about that. But very luckily, of course, Tony, you guys saw his HKS wide body Supra. He was able to send this out with Euro Performance. They hand flew it over to Finland, got the Genie unlocked, and I got it back within a matter of 7 business days. Really quick and easy. Yeah, not bad at all.
So like what I was reading with the BM3 is that you actually had to buy the license before actually sending out the ECU. Is that correct?
That I will have to clarify. Yeah, I believe you have to. A lot of that was done behind the scenes with Tony, so he took care of all that for me. So yeah, don't quote me on it. Definitely we'll probably have to put that one in the link or edit that one in the video.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we can always annotate in the video, but I mean, because your car is actually the first one that I featured in the channel with a locked ECU. We actually went through the femto process because a lot of the information that I got is mainly kind of just, reading
Yes.
stuff. But
Yes.
would you say like it was pretty worth it?
Oh yeah, for sure, definitely worth it. I mean, if you really want to open up some performance on this car, this is definitely the thing to do.
Yeah.
Look at that. Yeah, I think it's time to move. Look at that. It's a little sketchy.
Let's move a little bit. Oh, I'll probably get that at like whenever we're talking. All right.
Now.
Not as much wind. We don't have to worry about that. You guys can
Dangling
kinda, like,
exit
see.
sign.
That would be a freaking disaster. Okay.
All right.
So yeah, we went over like the performance mods and stuff. So like, the question that I have for you now is, would you do it again? Like, if you had the choice to redo all of these mods, would you go this route again?
So on this car, there's several different things that I did over time. I mean, I went with a louder exhaust. I obviously toned it down to a quieter exhaust, but something that I can drive more routinely, without the drone. So I had the Boost Logic exhaust before this one. I love the way it sounded, by the way, but again, just the drone kind of got to me for a little bit. It's not terribly bad, but I had to go with the A to B because of the technology on it where it doesn't drone on the highways.
Let's show it, because I actually forgot to show that portion. So this, if you guys watch the exhaust comparison video, David's car was actually in it, but you guys can hear that. We're not trying to be loud here because security was actually here. But yeah, so Boost Logic compared to this, how would you compare them?
It's all really like personal preference. In terms of performance-wise, the Boost Logic is probably going to be better because it's lightweight, it's full titanium. This one here, again, is just preference because of the sound. But don't get me wrong, this sounds beautiful too when you get on it.
Yeah.
But in terms of regular driving highway between 70, 80 miles an hour, 90 miles an hour, it's not killing you with drone.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. That's good. Because I know drone is like kind of a big thing.
A big thing, yes.
Especially if whether you're driving it a lot or not really. Some people prefer the loudness, but yeah. I know a lot of people as they get older and lose their hearing, they want to be able to.
Yeah, I'm an old guy. Yes.
Boomer status over here.
Yeah. The other thing too is in terms of tuning. I went with the JB4 tune just because I kind of wanted to see what the market was going with the unlocks with the GME. So I went through the JB4. That was thunder. So yeah, if I could, I would have definitely skipped over the whole JB4 thing because I spent a substantial amount of money on it.
Yeah.
And I should have just waited and be patient and just went with a tune, a proper tune. And the car totally is awake when you do the tune. The JB4, don't get me wrong, is a good little fix. But again, the route to go is to do some type of a custom tune. So
pretty much like buy once, cry once.
Exactly, yeah.
So for you guys watching this with a locked ECU, probably 90% of the people watching this.
Yeah.
So you're saying just skip through that, just go through.
Skip through the JB4 process, just go through your performance, have them send it to Finland, hand deliver it there and back. And then of course find your tuner and just have them do it locally here and tune it, and that's the way to go. It really wakes up the car.
Yeah, because these cars are like literally meant to be modified.
Oh man, with the turbo on it, I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. No regrets with this car, but I do regret selling the Mark IV.
There you guys have it. So, awesome conversation with David. David, I appreciate it, sir. Matt, I appreciate you coming through here. It'll be sick to do, black and white Supra. I mean, for Matt's car, if you guys are wondering what a Supra looks like, make sure to check out the video on his car in the description box below. But David, this is sweet, man. Thank
you for having me. The next time you see it again, it'll be a little different, but under the hood different.
Oh, for sure. Well, we'll definitely do update videos on that. You, sir, owe me some Mexico videos.
We'll make a trip to Mexico.
For sure. Once I get the KLM turbo kit on that bad boy, then
that'll be a monster
join you guys.
too.
You can't say I'm a Soul Boy Club now. Right. But yeah, there you guys have it. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that. Like a great conversation, a little bit long, but definitely worth the watch, just because, you know, from someone that's actually owned a Mark IV Supra, who's driven this, who's modified both platforms. I mean, they're different in their own right, but you guys heard it from David himself. You know, this is worthy of the Supra nameplate, whether or not, you know, BMW made the drivetrain. But yeah, make sure you guys like and subscribe to the video. If you guys have any questions for myself, or Matt, or David, leave them down below. But appreciate the support. Any last words for the watchers?
Any words? Just be careful when you see one of these on the road. Think about it before you run it.
Don't fuck around and find out. All right, we'll see you guys in the next video.
Greetings once again. We are here at the Autodromo Nazionale Monza. It's going to be a fabulous battle out of the circuit as we prepare for action and activity with all of the contenders battling away in close proximity. We're going to have a really exciting challenge for all of the drivers out here in the GT4 European Series, the first race of the weekend, and consequently as well, the first race of the season. I'm Jake Sanson, beside me Ben Constantinos. We're getting ourselves ready for this first hour of racing of the 2023 season.
And it's always incredibly exciting. We've got a decent track temperature, a decent air temperature out there. It has risen now to 20 degrees. They qualified in much cooler temperatures, so that will be a little bit of work for the teams and a bit of guesswork as to what they need to do with their tyre pressures coming into this one. A 1 hour race, a 2-driver race with a pit stop in the middle. And we will start this first one with the drivers that took part in qualifying 1. So for the likes of our Pro-Am category, that is the pro drivers that will start the race.
So we're going straight into the action. We've told you that it's going to be myself and Ben in the commentary box. Down in pit lane, Gemma Scott is going to be talking us through the action from the interviews. Let's head down to pit lane with Gemma Scott.
Ouais, c'est super. Première course de l'année, première course de la saison, première position sur la grille de départ.
Ouais, c'est top, je suis vraiment content. Déjà, bonjour à tous. Première course, Monza, il fait beau, on est en pole, notre Audi elle marche super bien, les deux Pirelli pareil. Benjamin a fait un super boulot. Moi j'ai un peu raté ma qualif, je fais 2. On disait que tous les deux la première place. Mais on est content, c'est bon augure pour la course, on croise des doigts pour être sur le podium. Donc là, il faut le podium de Monza.
Absolument. Bonne chance. Merci, bien. And just a little translation for our English audience there, I was saying that obviously starting the season on pole is the best place for them to be. They're really happy with the second Gianni, they're really happy with the Pirelli tyres as well. A beautiful place here at Monza, the weather's looking great and they're just pushing now to be on the podium.
Thanks, Gemma. Great to hear from the Speed Car Audi pairing. We obviously heard there from Robert Consani and Maurice, and starting the race here. Louis Marie in the Mirage Aston Martin. The silver car pairing. Silvers 1, 2 and 3 of course, but first Pro-Am is Marie-Joie Hubert in the Santa-Lock Audi number 42. That will start with 4th position on the starting grid. Guys, Justin is the CSA Racing Audi third. Silver car in that mix. With Audi and Aston Martin all the way in the first few cars with the elite McLarens in 7th and 8th.
Yeah, it looks as though some of the other marks slightly struggling on this particular layout of circuit. In theory, balanced performance so that there is no single manufacturer that has an advantage across the season. But of course that does mean that some cars will be better in slipperier circuits like this, where top speed is very important, versus fiddlier circuits. And so we have seen the Audi and the Aston Martin looking really, really good in qualifying. Racing is very different and quite chaotic.
Christophe, on est là, le deuxième surprise de voir le deuxième ligne. Et là, à Saint-Cloud, on a une super histoire avec les Uticam et l'histoire de GT.
Bien sûr, oui, ça fait une belle histoire effectivement de Saint-Eloc avec le GT. Grégory était là au tout début, il a d'ailleurs fait sa première course ici en GT3, il a fait P2. Donc c'est une belle histoire qui continue. Être avec Grégory Gilbert, un des meilleurs pilotes pro de la grille, c'est vraiment un honneur. Aujourd'hui, il a qualifié la voiture en pôle de la catégorie, donc voilà, la course ça dure 1 heure et on va faire un petit Julien Thébault. Rendez-vous au premier virage.
Merci bien, Christophe. Oui, bonne course. Christophe just saying there that Gregory's already had a fantastic start to the season here. Great qualifying sessions, great racing here at Monza. And it said meet us at the first corner. So we'll see what's happening into that first turn.
Christophe Hamel, so we heard from there. They are obviously the class leaders in the Pro-Am category at this point. Meet us in turn 1, they say. Interesting. I wonder how well they'll go.
Well, we have seen, and we do know how tight turn 1 can be. Remember, this is a rolling start, which means you tend to have everybody in the same pack. You don't really tend to have the variety that you might get from a standard start. So they will all be funneling and tunneling down into turn 1. We'll need to try and keep it as clean as possible. But we have 48 cars starting. Just to update you on the Porsches that we saw having quite a nasty accident in our qualifying session. Both Ivan Kroma and Hendrik Still were taken to medical attention and checked over. Unfortunately, their cars are both write-offs. So W&S Motorsport, who wrote off 2 cars on Thursday, would you believe? That was their spare chassis. They wrote that off as well. They have no more cars left. Looks like they're packing up and going home. Whereas Ivan Kroma's Century Porsche team, they will use a new chassis, or their spare chassis, in tomorrow's race, but they are not racing today. We haven't been able to get that car to us. They're only from Turin, so it's pretty easy to get here.
Konstantin Lachnauer is down on the grid with Gemma Scott.
Constantine, would you love to do third season or fourth season?
So this is first season, so happy to be back. I mean, we've got a huge grid this year, like we did last year. So for today, yeah, happy to be starting in this position. It's all to play for. The battle's gonna be fierce, that's for sure. It's exciting, for everyone. Pressure, that's for sure. Our levels are pretty high. I mean, the team's done an amazing job. That our Aston Martin before has been working very well the whole weekend, and so yeah, just looking forward to the race and also to the race tomorrow.
Great to see so many Aston Martins on the grid as well.
Yeah, it's where I think 14 cars, the most represented manufacturer, which is very important for the British constructor, and so yeah, it proves that Astons are here to win, and hopefully we'll make it happen.
Have a great race. Thanks a lot.
Third season for Konstantin. How about these though? McLaren Arturas, the debut for this car in the GT4 European Championship, and also for the team as well, for the Motorsport, Jack Mitchell and Michael Kreis, taking 7th on the grid.
I hope that they've made that car a little bit more comfortable for Michael. We saw 2 spins in Q2 for Michael Kreis, and you know, this is a 2-driver race, so however good Jack Mitchell does at the start of this race, Michael Kreis still needs to get it to the end, and if it's not comfortable and spinning along, then it could be a bit of a challenge. But the McLarens have done really well up there on rows 4 and 5 respectively, with another Santalok car breathing down their neck.
You saw the other McLaren there, the 2 prolific karting stars, Josh Rattigan, a former British karting sensation in the British Championships, along with Tom Henson, who's going to be doing the other Daytona 24 Hours later this year. That's the part of the Daytona Milwaukee. Lonnie Martin getting himself ready to battle away from 10th on the starting grid alongside Anthony Beltoise, who's obviously had a very busy day at the office so far.
Oh, won, didn't he?
He did. He took the victory in the GT2 race earlier on today. There is Antoine Leclerc in the Alpine, obviously sharing that car with Gier. Squad. This car's got potential for 2023. Big young man from Dubai, Jamie Day, along with his this is a talent you want to watch. May not learn much about Jamie Day yet if you're a car racing fan, but I promise you you'll definitely see some fireworks from this boy.
A reminder that we will have a 1-hour race. The pit stop window in the middle, and the pit stops are timed from pit in to pit out. You do have the ability to play what's known as a joker, so if you do go within a second under, you can play that joker and not be penalised, but you only have one joker a weekend across 2 races. So if you do it twice, then you get penalised tomorrow. The idea obviously is not to go under that set time, but we see plenty of the driver getting that slightly wrong. Because as you said in the GT2 race, it's difficult to know exactly when to release the car, because the car is then going to go 50 kilometers an hour down, 80 kilometers an hour I think here, no 50 kilometers an hour down to the pit lane out where that time stops.
You really do have to get that practice down pat, because in race trim you don't get any second chances. But we'll have to see which team is going to get the best of that come the first GT4 European Series race of 2023. And as we picked up on earlier, it is a very busy calendar for the European Series for 2023. A very exciting time for the championship. A lot of exciting races to come. A very busy any GT4 car that meets homologation is able to race in this category, but obviously it's really going to be a fantastic chance. Here we go with the starting grid. It is an Audi and an Aston Martin. Speed car versus Mirage on the front row of the starting grid. CSA Audi in third position, the Santalok Audi alongside the leader in Pro-Am. Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston versus the Pro Sport Aston. Rayrick versus Bachmann on the start. Then the elite McLarens in their new Arturas, the Pro-Am second car and the Silver sixth car. Beltoise in the Santalok Junior car alongside Martin in the full motorsport Audi. And then the Antoine Leclerc Alpine alongside Jamie Day in the Mirage Aston Martin. The Fulgencio Ferrara is alongside Stegman, that is BCMC versus Team Spirit. The X-Twin Toyota alongside the Hopel BMW. Then the V8 Chevrolet in 17th alongside the Autosport Ellis Alpine. And then rounding out the top 20 we have the Santalok Junior Audi, Silver 14, Silver 15 is beside them, the first of the Borisov Automotive BMWs. NM Racing Mercedes versus Cambridge Aston Martin. Full Motorsport Audi alongside the NM Racing Mercedes. And Bramchick versus Barber. Then the Autosport Alpine of Guergon alongside the Allied Racing Porsche and Nathan Schaaf. The Armada Racing Mercedes alongside the AGS Aston Martin. And then rounding out the top 30, Akhil Rabindra in the Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston alongside the Allied Racing of Oscar Lind Christensen. NM versus Mirage, Mercedes versus Aston Martin, AGS Aston versus GBA Aston as they fill the 17th row. Then the Red Sport Porsche alongside the Code Racing Alpine, the Overdrive Porsche from Bulgaria alongside the JSB Aston Martin of the Breeches, then AVR Avatar Porsche versus GPA Aston Martin, the third in the AM category. The Borisov Automotive BMW beside the W&D Racing BMW. Then the AGS Event Aston Martin alongside the Team Sorgren Sport Porsche. Then it is the Speed Car Audi that is sixth in the AM category alongside its rival, the Chazelle Technology Alpine. And finally, the Overdrive Porsche alongside the East Side Mercedes. 48 cars will take the start, and it's going to be a very intense hour of racing here at Monza.
2 other things to note. The 68 car of Julien Lambert, he will not be sharing with Romano Ricci, so he is on his own in that car. Romano damaging himself in the paddock after pre-practice. So unfortunately, Julien Lambert's got to do it all on his own. We did also have Ruben de la Sarte, the number 5 Aston Martin, dropping 3 places after blocking in qualifying. So that is why Ruben de la Sarte's Aston sits 32nd rather than 29th.
A busy calendar for the GT4 European Series. After Monza, we head to Paul Ricard on the first weekend of June, then to Spa-Francorchamps on the weekend of the 24 hours, and then Misano on the third weekend of July, followed by Hockenheim on the first weekend of September, and then Barcelona on the 30th of September and 1st of October. And then, of course, we have the fabulous 6-hour race that doesn't count towards the series, but is definitely a great end-of-season hurrah in Italy on the final weekend of October at Vallelunga.
Yeah, so effectively supporting all the endurance rounds, but not coming to the Nürburgring on the 30th of July, and instead going to Hockenheim and Misano. They've always been going to Misano. That's been their kind of their one trip to the sprint series of SRO. But just look at this field. There was that wonderful photo of all the GT3 cars parked up on the start-finishing line last night. But this is equally spectacular, absolutely filling the track between Parabolica and Ascari.
Yeah, these GT4 cars really do look spectacular, and it's going to be a very thrilling race. We're going to see so many different battles, inter-class, inter-brand, inter-style of drivers. It's going to be a really intriguing battle. And GT4 Europe is about to get underway as they come off the final turn. Lariche and Merrick in the Speed Car Audi and the Mirage Aston Martin. And we're going to go into unfamiliar territory into the 2023 season as we find out who is going to get the best of this off the start. Rolling start, of course, as they come off the Parabolica and onto the main straight. And it's Speed Car versus Mirage, Audi versus Aston Martin to the first corner. And we're going to have a real plethora of Audi versus Aston Martin in the top 10, joined as they are by the 2 elite McLaren Arturas, and then everybody else from Alpine, Mercedes, Chevrolet, BMW and Porsche giving chase. This is going to be a fabulous run to the first corner. The engine revs will rise. We'll wait for the lights to go to green, and when we do, we'll be racing for the first time in the GT4 European Series 2023. Avante! And off we go. A great start from the Speed Car Audi, no problems at all, but they're already going to have pressure from Gael Castelli in the CSA Audi that splits the front row men, and Castelli trying to come around the outside and outbrake the Speed Car Audi into the first corner. A little bit of snaking under braking, but it's Audi 1-2. Brilliant start from Gael Castelli into second position as the rest of the field work their way through. Couple of drivers skipping over the Rettifilio, couple of drivers going on 2 wheels as they head over the curbs.
Very good start though. It looks like most people actually kept it on the proper track as well. So really well behaved from all of these drivers. We didn't see that earlier on in the Clio race, did we? But this is fantastic. Even in the 13-car GT2 race, they tripped over each other. But as they come to the second chicane, it's not been a very good start for the Bachmans. That Aston Martin from Pro Sport dropping a few positions. Ultimately, Andreas just not very aggressive at the start and wasn't tucked under the rear wing, of the car in front.
Couple of drivers kicking up the dust on the exit of the Variante della Roggia, but as they come through Lesmo 1 and Lesmo 2, we are starting to settle into a nice flow and a nice rhythm now. So out in front, no problems at all for Benjamin Lariche. He holds on in the Speed Car Audi, but Gael Castelli has got in front of Louis Merrick's Mirage Aston, and a little bit of a run wide there from one of the Porsches on the exit of the second Lesmo. Managing to get back into the draft again though, so a little bit of a hiccup there. Couldn't quite make out which of the 2 light blue Porsches that was. We'll have to try and work it out. And look, Andreas Bachmann really struggling to get off the line there in the Aston Martin, and really struggling for washout in the Variante Ascari. He was lucky to keep that pointing in the right direction.
Tyre warm-up, brake warm-up still happening for these cars. They do need to be careful on the first couple of laps, not to muller the curbs too much, because you can, if your tyres aren't up to pressure and temperature, you can damage them, and that damage will only come to the fore much later on in the race, as the 77 that's the second of the McLarens, or was the second of the McLarens, losing a position to Anthony Beltoise in the 14, or now getting in the slipstream to try and repass. Plenty of this going on. It has been an awful start, actually, hasn't it, for Bachmann? Maybe 6 or 7 places lost.
But now going wheel to wheel with the Fulgencio Fari as they come down to the main straight. Ratigan trying again to pick up the pace, but he's going to lose out to the second Speed Car Audi, which loses the brakes completely and into the back of Beltoise.
Just caught the bumps there, and Beltoise's car is out. The rear left suspension is broken and really crabbing now. He needs to try and find a way to park that up without compromising. And there's a Mercedes also damaged. One of the NM Racing Mercedes is further back, had contact. Now, why did Anthony carry on? It was a perfect place to park there, and he's not been able to drag that any further.
Like Anthony, you're never going to get that back to the pits. It's the first corner at Monza, and that's going to take you 5 minutes minimum to get back to the pits. Your race is over, mate. I'm sorry. As much as you want to keep going. Now that is Bachmann trying to hang on in front of the number 4 that went a little bit wide at turn 1. That is Di Fulgencio Fari. That's who they're currently battling with. There's a little bit of carbon fibre being kicked up, and the NM Mercedes going off again on the next chicane. There is Beltoise's car parked up and done.
Yeah, that's good. He's found an access point, so fantastic work from Anthony to keep the racing going, because we know very well in GT4 that safety cars do come out often and they breed safety cars. So we are continuing with green flag. There is a yellow flag just covering off the recovery of his car. The NM Racing car that was also damaged was Philip Vava, and it looked as though Romain Monti, who for this year is also in a Mercedes, and the Armada Racing Mercedes, was also delayed. So whilst we were focusing on the first incident, there was a meeting of 2 Mercedes further back.
So 2 incidents in 1 corner. The start and turn 1 are currently under investigation. So we'll obviously have a look to see if there's a couple of cars that may end up coming a cropper there, but obviously a very intriguing battle. But we are still green, thanks to Antoine Beltoise managing to pull his car off in a safe position. We can go sector 1 yellow, but we are still under racing conditions, so there's no overtaking into turn 1.
No, it won't be turn 1. It's sector 1, but it'll be turn 3, I think, where he pulled off.
So that'll be about nowish, essentially. So we'll see if they can continue. There is the yellow flags, the car, Anthony Beltoise, there it is, off to the left. So there's no overtaking in the Curva Grande, but then obviously on the run to Della Roggia, you can just about tidy it up. So there is Bachmann in front of the Fulgenzio Mare, Day, Botti, Schrey, and Berke-Wessler.
Now we've got yellow flags even into the second stage. I'm not sure why that would be. Maybe Romain Monti's parked up there.
Well, that's Vava in the pits, and there's the car that caused the incident, the speed car Audi. That's the second of the speed car Audis, of course. That is the car that basically lost it altogether. I think that's Fabian Breury that went off there. We'll double check, but there is the car parked up. That is the second of the NM Mercedes. And up the inside, trying to make the move, that is Fulgenzio Mare. That's going to be brave if you're going to make that work. And Andreas Bachmann just about holds on to it, but I don't think he's going to be the only one to pick up a move, because that is the Mirage Aston Martin of Jamie Day. He gets the run as well, and I have a feeling that Antoine Botti is going to see that as an opportunity to get by as well. We've got the Monosol Automotive BMW in the back of that little tail as well. So Bachmann leads them through, Jamie Day is in behind, they just about get through without too much drama. And there's a proper watch out from Fulgenzio Mare in the Mercedes.
The problem with Andreas is he's defending so hard that he's then not got the grip in the corners. He was offline all the way under the hill. Oh, Mercedes with a big lock-up. That's the 78 car. The first of the two that Jack Mitchell maybe being caught out by the Aston Martin ahead, braking earlier. So lucky not to cause any contact, but a big moment for Jack.
Yeah, Jack Mitchell and the McLaren Artura missing the braking point for the Parabolica. And here we go wheel to wheel. That's the Chevrolet fueling it out there. That is Martin, so it was Martin who went into the back. My apologies, it was Martin in the other speed car Audi, but they're now going wheel to wheel there. Kenny Hedemans in the V8 Racing Chevrolet.
Yeah, so that's the full motorsport car. Full motorsport and speed car, the two cars that are very bright. And Bachmann is defending for his life here. It is a long race, Andreas. We've got 53 minutes still remaining. It's going to be very hard work if you want to continue to get your elbows out quite like that.
Antoine Botti in the Toyota very nearly cannoning into the back bumper of the Aston Martin there. And then he almost had a tough job again trying to keep the other Aston Martin Mirage car of Jamie Day at bay. The Alpine is kind of in no man's land there. That's Antoine Leclerc. It is now in front of Jack Mitchell. Mitchell has dropped back behind. Jamie Day has got past Bachmann, and now so has Botti. I think pushing those guys a little bit too hard, and whereas Bachmann may have a problem developing.
Well, no, I just think he's unsettled. He's been offline, he's been defending, he's been driving, looking in his rearview mirrors. Basically, since the start of the race, having not made a great start, and he just actually needs to take a big deep breath, settle down, and try and focus on being on the right part of the circuit.
Oh, Mitchell's in trouble.
McLaren.
Yeah, Mitchell's in trouble. He is dropping, and I'm afraid that is Jack Mitchell and Michael Friese essentially out of the race before Friese even gets a chance in the car.
So was that then a braking problem for McLaren that we saw in the Parabolica, and he put his foot on the brake, it didn't slow down, so he did a very good job of not cannoning into the back. Not been a very good lap here for Benjamin Loriche, who's really now under pressure at the lead of the race.
Got 3 Audi there. I managed to get into third position past Blue Merrick. And so now we've got this 3-pronged attack from the 3 Audi cars. Speed car, CSA Racing and Santalok Jr. And that car has been parked on the track. That is going to trigger a safety car if they can't get it moved. So it's going to be Dan Castany trying to get the lead before we get to that point. Benjamin Loriche pulls the cross on Castany. They get down to the braking zone. It's Audi 1, 2, 3, but it's 3 different teams. We've got yellows in sector 3, of course, because of the stationary McLaren. The car number 46 is undertaking the escape road at turn 1 as well on that lap. So problems there for the 46 of Martin. He's the one who caused the initial contact, of course, on the way down between him and Anthony Beltoise. But these Audis are tuning away big style. Can that McLaren get moved? Because that's the real big problem at the moment. If that Audi cannot move, then we're going to go on a safety car here. It is on the inside line. It could maybe be covered with double wave yellows out of push, but it is sort of towards the braking zone. I think they're trying to cover it with double wave yellows if possible, in the hope that McLaren can at least get moving.
Well, they've been monitoring the situation because what they really don't want to do is throw a safety car, because then you have to go to the yellow procedure as well to get us back to racing green flag racing. As I said earlier, they then cause more incidents. So what they'll be looking at is whether he can just creep around and move a little bit. He hasn't been able to move yet, but he also hasn't got out of the car, which is a signal to say, I'm done. And that's very clear in the regulations this year. If you can't do anything, then you need to now full course yellow forwards are out. Full course yellow is going to be in 10 seconds. And there we go. Slow down.
There we go. Full course yellow is called, and I think that's the. Oh my goodness! Red flags, red flags. Big accident.
That is, we see this so often, whereby when a full course yellow is called, there is a system whereby some teams can hear that call directly from race control. Others have to have it relayed through a team. And if the team don't do it, some cars slow down while others barrel in at full speed. We saw that once or twice last year. Looks like it might have happened.
The reason I said red flag is because the marshal was waving one, so I assumed that means that we were going red flags. But yeah, big accident on the approach to Valiante Ascari, but there was a marshal waving a red flag on that point. Road marshal, yeah, waving a red flag. Clearly he saw the accident and thought, yeah, there's no way to wave the red flag. He's got up to it. It's up to racing direction. It's up to Alan Adam.
I'm amazed that Full Motorsport Audi is still running in the conditions that it's in. It's obviously not damaged too much cooling at the front of the car. It looks pretty ugly. And sure, there is lots of damaged panels, but at the moment, at least, in racing conditions, he's been okay. Running at full speed. Of course, now we're reducing. The cooling is reduced, and maybe we'll start seeing a few more damage.
The road marshal has not quite right yet, because we're still in the full course yellows. And now they're coming onto the main straight. There are the full course yellow boards, and the yellow flags are around the boards. That's obviously so that we can assess the situation. Now we may well go red flags, because obviously big accident on the approach to the Valiante Ascari chicane. A lot of debris, so we'll obviously have to ascertain the situation.
And it's also kind of almost underground, because that's the part of the circuit that goes under the old banking. So you don't really have any access to the left and the out and the right. It's a high bank. You can't simply put a great because the access road is barely a pipe width around that part of the circuit. So a bit of a challenge. What we'll see though is we'll have the full course yellow, and then we'll go to the safety car to bunch the cars up, and also we'll be able to control the pace of those cars. We'll get them up to speed, the safety car goes faster and faster. That allows tyres and brakes to warm up, and then we go back to green flag run.
Now the three cars that were involved in that incident were Luke Ibanez in the Mercedes NM15, Lawrence Stegman in the 6-year Racing Aston, and the Newbridge Aston Martin of Alex Denning, the Irishman. So those three were involved in that.
But Ibanez was the Mercedes that had that rear, so you can assume that he did nothing wrong apart from slow down when it's full course yellow. Now, of course, there are different calls. You get full course yellow in 10 seconds, and then full course yellow. So you're prepared for full course yellow, and then you must, at that point of the 10 seconds of being elapsed, be at the speed of 80 kilometers an hour, which is dictated. If you react full course yellow in 10 seconds, at that point, and slow down, then you are at fault, because you're not supposed to slow down dramatically, and if it's not being relayed directly by the team, that can cause a bit of an issue, but more likely, as we saw last year a couple of times, new teams, Newbridge for instance, the British team, not been in this championship before, may not have the system in place, or the knowledge in place, how to relay. We are now hearing from Racing Control, we are going to go
in the race, but we are now so that marshal was clairvoyant.
and really, there's just no access to clear up this incident under the bridge. For most of the circuit with live areas, with grass, that's the one point that really pinches at the front of the things going on with that.
Right, there is a 10-second time penalty that's going to be added at the pit stop for the number 46 crew,
which is the car that
went into
the back of
Sonny Martin, so they're obviously causing the incident between himself and Anthony Beltoise. They're going to spend a 10-second penalty at the pit stop, but obviously you can't have a race as such on the debris that we've got on the circuit between starting. Stop the race. Now, what the procedure is going to be in this particular incident, I would guess the cars will come down this lane and probably stop in pit road. Obviously, the marshals and officials will clear the circuit as quickly as possible, and then we'll be able to get underway when the incident is clear. This is the final on-track activity for the day in Monza, so this race will go to its conclusion and then there will be nothing else on track above. We're obviously running a bit behind schedule as it is, but they're also going to be delayed by this red flag as the time has stopped.
I don't know if Monza has curfews like we have in other parts of the world. That you can't race after a certain
They've got headlights.
time. Oh no, the cars can race, but it's more of a sound issue.
Ah, very true.
Certainly it's something like good time. And then that's the race. Also, our race director making it quite difficult to be a race director.
Yes, indeed. Do we know any race directors? Race directors who are able to hang out and get over to the esports arena. So yes, they will now line up on the pit straight, in fact, in race order. So they obviously line up on the main straight. Here come the rest of the cars. So we're going to have a look back over the best bits of the build-up to this race, the first 14 minutes. We've been told by race control that despite the severity of the incident, all drivers appear to be okay. Here's the race start. This is Lariche versus Castelli. Watch Castelli tucked up behind Ben Lariche. It's a really good situation for an extended start. Gavin actually a good start on the whole. Quite off the road there. That's why he started up with a couple of cars. On the right line. Castelli staying on the road. In the background, we've got 1, 2, possibly 3 cars completely off the road there at that point. Gael Castelli running in behind Benjamin Lariche, and it's in the middle of the pack we want to be focusing here because there's a couple of moments. You know what? That's about as tidy a start as you can get.
Yeah, in terms of cars running off circuit at the first chicane, I think there's 1 or 2 at the very, very back. We'll see from this drone, but incredible amount of discipline from these drivers. 1 to 2 cars early doors, 3 cars early doors, but a lot of them really making the effort to get around both the sausages. That's incredible.
So a few cars having to decide on the last minute to take avoiding action, but only about 5. And then of course we had this moment, bang! Not a lot Anthony Beltoise can do about that. Audi continues in the speed car brigade, but Anthony Beltoise is racing when he goes. You can see the left rear down.
Yeah, I think it's amazing. Really slow down. That's the Aston Martin that at the same time made contact with another Mercedes, NM Racing contact carrying on.
And then we got this. That was a big blunt from Jamie Day to try and get past Andreas Bachmann. I think that was just impatience from Jamie Day more than anything else. He wanted
this
to
was when he
through.
got past, right?
Yeah, I think it did. Yeah. And then obviously we have the stationary McLaren. Now look in the background. Bang, bang, bang. It's Alex Denning that takes the big hit. But we are told
yeah, you're right about that red flag. That Marshall can instantly assume, didn't he?
He just kind of looked at it and went, okay, there's cars right in front of me smoking and in bits. I think that's a red flag, so I'm going to wave a red flag. But unfortunately, mate, you got to wait till the race direction tells you that that's what's going to happen. Now, that is what has happened. But yeah, the men was taking out the Marshall instantly when that car hit the wall. They went straight for the red flag. But it wasn't red flag just then.
So 15 minutes of racing that we've had so far. We've been within 10 minutes of the drive and change heats. Get the pro drivers, pro and category out, the amateur drivers and the other category swap into the same categorization. I was not surprised to see the rest of the race and turns on because pit lane delta time is 30 seconds. And so the minimum driver time is the delta plus 50. So basically 80 seconds they would need to be put in to pit out. So keep an eye when you do go back. Anybody can go back below 1 minute 20 mark. If you go 1 minute 19, then you can throw a joke and you don't get penalised. If you go anything below that, even by 1/10 of a second, you can't really go and you do get penalised pretty heavily. As I said, qualifying, Radio Control at the start of the season really like to set a precedent and penalise heavily so that the rest of the team can behave themselves. That's the idea. Anybody younger teams, these less experienced teams, with all these complicated regulations, you know, when you come racing, it's not just, oh, one weekend we're in British GT, the next weekend we're in French GT, the next weekend we're in European. They all have incredibly different regulations, different little things that you need to follow. If you're not, then that's a penalty.
So we have got ourselves a red flag situation. So down in pit lane, Rory van der Stoyer has been watching the progress of his teammate Jamie Day in the Mirage Racing, and he is with Gemma Scott down in pit lane. Let's see what he has to say.
Rory, it's great to have you over here in Europe with us, normally racing in IMSA. Your first race with GT4. It's not the ideal start at the moment being a real red flag, but certainly storming the car. This is hard work, right?
Yeah, I've never raced in series with this many cars in one category. Jamie's doing a great job out there. He started 12th, now we're up to 8th. The cars in the front pack took a pretty good gap on us, but this red flag is going to put everybody back together, and I'm excited to see how we do when we restart and how Jamie does.
But going into that first corner, seeing 52 cars, I think it is, on the grid, ploughing into that corner, I sit there biting my nails. What's it like for a driver?
You kind of make sure you hit someone, because it is a long race and you don't want damage on the first corner. You can't win in the first corner, but your car can be severely damaged, so you kind of just want to be relaxed, but also at the same time,
spirit is never broken.
An enemy has been slain. Shut down. Destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. inhibitor is respawning soon.
Only actions truly speak.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Triple kill. Ace. Has been slain.
My team commands.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. A summoner has disconnected. A summoner has disconnected. listen up. Think I want you for your body, play games, call you when I need somebody, say things I know you won't tell nobody.
dreaming about you. Sunset till sunrise. Dreaming about you, sunset till sunrise. Sunset,
or sad?
Sad.
Okay. I warn you. I break your heart.
Already broken.
Happy or sad?
Sad.
Okay. I warn you. I break your heart.
Already broken.
Your head on my shoulder. Your head on my shoulder. Your head on my shoulder.
Like I'm into you. Do you wanna do the things I wanna do with you? You're so close. Like I'm into you. Do you wanna do the things I wanna do with you? It's all the colors we have here on Earth, and then some more. So grass and clouds and sky and mountains. How about that? Was there music? Yes. It's hard to describe what sort of music, but yeah, I heard a lot of stuff.
has been slain. Shut down. Shut down. been destroyed.
This is where the final stand was played.
liền hay là em thích bây giờ? Gu của anh là người mẫu, người gương mẫu cho con anh noi theo. Như tội
He was out left, Kenny.
Let's hit him.
Bomb on the Guardian. Under Guardian bomb.
Is that... What?
He was out left, Kenny.
Let's hit him. Spanować shots. Oj. Take city, go city! Go city! Go city! Flashing city! Oh my god, bro, you're so dead!
Oh, poor little Alejandro, man. Look, he's not even aiming because he's shaking.
Oh. Sorry, but it's hard to understand you.
It's okay, good, bro.
Jalen, you've been going crazy.
की चाट कितनी सीखी है, ठीक है जी। आपने अक्सर आमलेट वालों को देखा होगा, वो हाथ से नहीं चम्मच से डालते हैं, मगर मेरा जायका चुटकी से निकलता है। इसको हम कहेंगे केसर, ठीक है जी। आपने अक्सर पूरे फ्राई पैन में भरा हुआ 40 अंडों का आमलेट जरूर देखा होगा। ये 40 अंडों का नहीं, मात्र 4 अंडों का मैंने आपके सामने बनाया। आपने ऐसा कोई आमलेट खाया है भी? दौलत की चाट कितनी सीखी है।
Don't touch my car, please. What are you doing?
Let me guide.
Don't touch my car.
Let's light it up. Okay, see if I care.
Always trust your spirit.
Let's get in the fight.
I'm up to stuff and got me an ace machine. Know that if the tables were turned, I would show you no mercy.
Touch it, bro. Oh, don't touch it. Don't touch it. This is your car?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, of course.
You want to ride?
Don't touch my car, please. What are you doing?
Okay, look, bro.
Don't touch my car.
Don't touch it, bro.
Oh,
Don't touch it. Don't touch it.
this is your car?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, of course.
You want to ride?
Don't touch my car, please.
is the crumbling of justice.
This is all going to plan. Welcome to the Howling Abyss. Minions have spawned.
Would you kindly stop moving? You set up a stop bomb!
You have been slain.
Listen!
Enemy quadra kill.
Don't get mad. Get sick to see. Would you kindly stop moving?
the shadows.
weapons, you'll have to earn them.
Triple kill. Ace. Slain.